Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Creature Conservancy. Woo! It's so great to see you all here. I'm just curious, how many people are here for the first time ever? Oh my goodness, okay, incredible welcome, and it's a really exciting month to come for the first time because it is Arboreal Animals Month, so we have some really fun critters on stage today. And if you don't know, we do change our theme every single month. So the programs next month will be completely different. It's going to be Backyard Buddies Month. So we'll have our woodchuck, skunk, snapping turtle, opossum on stage. And so you can come back and see a whole new cast of creatures on stage. So definitely I recommend coming back. And if you did enjoy your visit, you do want to keep coming back, it might be worth getting a membership, which are available in our gift shop right now. If you decide to get one today, you can get your daily admission refunded. And memberships come with so many great things. Of course, open hours whenever you'd like to come. And on the 1st and 3rd of Friday of every month, we have an exclusive adults-only event that shows all of the animals that are on stage for the month with a little extra info. And you get to go to that for free as a member. You get discounts at the gift shop for private events like tours or birthday parties. And you get advance notice for all of the events that we have going on. We always have something going on. We do a lot of paint nights. We've done cookie decorating. We've done opossum yoga. So definitely keep an eye on our website for those things. And we also recently launched our Adopt a Creature program. So if while you are looking around, you've fallen in love with any of the creatures, you do have the opportunity to directly support them, to support their enrichment and their training and their enclosures. And so there are many different tiers to that, and I recommend that as well. And then finally, you all take the best pictures, and we love to see them. Please feel free to take as many photos as you'd like. We only ask that you post them and you tag us so we can see them too. But thank you all so much, and I'm going to introduce Steve to talk about our first arboreal animal.
Great, thanks, Chloe. We are going to meet a really cool animal that comes from Australia. Before we get started, though, I do want to apologize. Our center TV decided not to work this weekend, and so when we're referring to slides, you'll unfortunately have to look left and right. But this is Mowgli, and Mowgli is a former pet, like a lot of the animals here, and she is what's called a carpet python. And this is a very arboreal snake that it's kind of weird that they call it a carpet python because carpets are usually on the ground, right? But it's because their beautiful pattern looks very similar to some of the Oriental and Persian rugs, and so that's where they got their name. So this animal is from Australia. There are a few different varieties of python, carpet pythons spaced around in Australia, but they're all pretty similar. And she's got to be about 9-10 feet long, somewhere in there. She's approaching fully grown. This isn't a huge species of python by any means. And I keep saying she because she's a girl, and you know how I know she's a she? Because boys don't get this big. In the animal world, it is very common for the females to be the larger of the two sexes because the females have to carry around the eggs and the babies. It's actually more common than not that the female are the larger of the two sexes. Now, a lot of people have a misconception about snakes. I think you guys think there are a whole lot more venomous snakes out there than there really are. About 3% of the species of snakes on this planet are venomous enough to be of any concern for a person. So only 3%. The other 97% are mostly constrictors, like this python here. So it is Arboreal Animal Month. We're going to show you a quick video of just how well these guys can actually scale a tree. It's kind of a fun video that might creep some of you out because this carpet python is coming up to a tree that has no lateral branches on it, and they are able to scale a tree with no lateral branches by doing this unique little coiling around. It is what I would describe as creepy cool. Yeah. So these guys are very well suited to living up in the trees, and they eat things that often live in the trees. Two of their favorite things that they like to eat are birds and bats. Now, if you're going to live up in the trees in Australia and try to snatch a bird as it flies by, you don't want to fall off that branch as you're striking out to grab it. So these guys have super prehensile tails, and in fact their entire body. They can wrap the end of their body around a branch and lunge fully half of their body out midair and grab a bird out of flight. Now, it's a little bit tricky to grab birds with your mouth because it's hard to get good purchase because of all those feathers, right? So they make up for that by having super long teeth, sink right through those feathers to get down to the body of the animal, so of the bird. So they have longer teeth than most pythons actually do. Another thing they're a little bit famous for is catching bats. They have learned to sit in the trees just outside the mouth of a cave or a bat roosting area, and when those bats start leaving the cave in the evenings, they'll strike out and grab them midair, even in pitch blackness in the middle of the night. Now, they're not doing it with their eyes because I don't care how good your nocturnal vision is, if there's no light, you don't see. It's just kind of how it is. But they're locating them with heat sensors. If you can look at the head of these guys, the most noticeable ones are along the lower jaw. You'll see a row of squarish like pits. They also have some pits up by their nostrils. Those are heat receptors. They can literally see the heat radiating out of a warm-blooded animal's body, like a bat or a bird, and they can strike at that heat source and catch things like bats. Now, keep in mind, maybe you don't know this, but Australian bats, a little different than ours. Yeah, one variety gets up to 5 feet, Pteropus vampirus. So we're talking quite large bats, actually. But they're not that picky. They'll also eat rodents and squirrels and warm-blooded fuzzy things. This animal is one of the few reptiles that's kind of doing okay with humans. Usually when humans move into areas, are building subdivisions and all that kind of stuff, the reptiles are pretty fast to just move out. But carpet pythons seem to do pretty well around humans. In fact, they've adapted quite nicely to living amongst us. Why do they like living amongst us? Well, we have garbage cans, we have bird feeders, we have things around that attract pests, like rats, right? And the snakes are happy to hang out around us because we draw in all these pest species that they're quite happy to eat. But they don't just hang out on the outside of houses. You fairly regularly will find them on the inside of houses. Now, what's amazing about this video is how casual this Australian is about pulling pythons out of her ceiling. Think about that before you move to Australia. She gets about halfway through this process and actually discovers that there are 2 pythons in her ceiling. And again, before you move to Australia, consider that you not only have to worry about pythons in your ceiling, they don't just come down from above, they come up from below. And this is not a one-off. We actually had to decide, which of the several incidences of pythons coming out of toilets you wanted to see. So anyway, just something for you to think about if you're visiting Australia or planning to move to Australia. Does anybody have any questions about our carpet pythons? Is there anything you'd like to know about carpet pythons? Yeah. That's a great question. How do we feed her here, and what do we feed her? We, by and large, feed almost nothing live animals except for the next one you're going to meet. We feed them frozen, thawed out quail, frozen, thawed out rats, small rabbits, and it's fur, bones, feathers, and all, so whole organisms. Jordan, once a week this time of year, once every couple of weeks in the winter? Yeah. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Okay, well, we're going to work on bringing out our next, yes, yeah. Wow, so the question is how do they chew the bones? They actually don't. They swallow things whole. So that animal could eat like a bunny rabbit-sized animal. That animal's head was not very big, was it? Kind of hard to swallow a bunny, right? Especially if you can't chew it up. Well, you know what they have? 3 jaws. You only got 2. You got an upper jaw and a lower jaw. Their lower jaw isn't connected to the middle. It's 2 separate sections. And so they can drop down one side of their face, slide a jaw out, hook the animal, pull it in, slide out another jaw, grab the animal, pull it in, move that top jaw forward, grab the next animal. And so that's how they work food down into their mouth. But I think our next visitors are here. So we're going to jump over to Madagascar. We're going to take Madagascar is an island off the coast of Australia. And these 2 animals are some really really cool lizards called Parsons chameleons. They are actually the largest member of the chameleon family. So chameleons are a group of highly specialized, highly arboreal lizards, at least most species are, and this happens to be the largest species of chameleon on the planet. These guys aren't quite fully grown. They'll get maybe 5 or 6 inches longer. So it's not an impressively huge group of lizards. In fact, actually, the smallest known vertebrate, so an animal with a backbone, the smallest known vertebrate on the planet is a chameleon species. This is a chameleon, a full-grown adult chameleon on a pinky fingernail of a ground chameleon. I know it's Arboreal Animal Month, but there's a little group of them that actually live on the ground. This is one of the ground chameleons. Let me tell you a little bit about the name chameleon. The translation of that is actually ground lion, chameleon, like lion. So where this came from is that, you know how lions, there's a big difference between boys and girls. The boys have got the big fluffy mane and the girls don't. That's called sexual dimorphism. So by and large in the chameleon family, males often have headgear, head frills, and all sorts of adornments on their head that the females don't. And if you look at the one on the left there, he's still a youngster. He hasn't grown a long horn out yet on his snout, but he's got a horn growing out on his snout, and he's got a crest at the back of his head, which is getting bigger. And she's got a much more sweet, cute-looking face without a horn and a crest at the back of her head. So that's where the name came from. But this is Arboreal Animal Month, so let's talk about arboreal features. I think the camera gives you a pretty good image of their feet. They have what are called zygodactyl feet. That means their claws are opposite of each other. Their toes are actually fused together to form pinchers, and that's what helps them to climb around on branches. So they have very highly specialized feet for gripping onto branches. Also, their tails are really cool. They have a prehensile tail, actually just like the snake. They can support their entire body weight just by their tail alone as they're climbing through the trees. So if it starts to get windy, they will pinch their little feet on a branch and wrap their tail around a branch, and they can get blown around in the wind and not fall down. They get some other really cool features besides their pincher feet and their prehensile tail. They got crazy eyes. Their eyes can move independently. The male chameleon right now with one eye is staring at you guys, and with the other eye is enjoying the beautiful plants on the wall on the other side. His eyes are looking in 2 different directions at once, and they're moving around independently. Don't you want to know how they merge those images into your head? That would give me a headache just thinking about having eyes moving around in different directions at once. But they're able to scan the environment. And the reason they want to do that is actually 2 reasons. One reason they want to do that is they're watching out for predators. Hawks and snakes would be some of their primary predators. And if they spot a hawk or a snake, they'll do exactly what a squirrel does. You know how squirrels will move to the other side of the trunk when you approach them? They'll kind of do that same thing. So they want to not be seen, and they're always scanning for predators. But they also are looking for dinner too, and these guys like to eat bugs. And so we're gonna, I guess, start with a boy. I want you to watch this one on the right over there, your left, and we'll see if we can get him to eat. It's gonna happen really fast, like right now. Boom. 0 to 60 in less than a second. That's how fast that tongue can move. And they can shoot it out quite a bit farther than that. That was an easy layup, but they can shoot it out quite a bit farther than that. So we're going to give the female a try too. So everybody look at this side. And again, sorry we don't have the center camera to help it work out, or look at it. I think she's thinking about it. So she's got to get both eyes. She's got to get both eyes focused on their prey because she needs to have depth perception. We always know exactly when they're going to shoot because they have to focus both eyes forward so they have depth perception and can know how far to shoot their tongue out. These guys are so fast that they are able to eat things like bees and wasps because they hit that insect and pull it in their mouth and chew it before the insects can even think about doing a stinger thing. So they actually will eat things like bees and wasps. I do have to say, the next animal is coming out is a leopard. We have some pretty impressive animals: leopards, warthogs, cougars. These puppies right here, hardest animal on campus to care for. Do not buy a chameleon as a pet. They don't want to be held, they don't want to be seen, they don't want to be touched, they want to be cryptic, and they are intense animals to care for. They have to have a wide variety of live food, they have to have a lot of different types of nutritional supplementation, they have to have very specialized lights. You can't just give them a water bowl, they have to have a drip system because they don't recognize standing water. It has to be dew off of leaves, a drip system. Just the most intense animals we have to take care of are these two. We got a couple of other slides. Oh, we haven't even talked about the whole color changing thing, right? So this is a panther chameleon, another Madagascan chameleon, a little bit smaller than our guys on stage. They just can turn quite a few colors, reds, blues, yellows, greens, browns. Color changing is a really famous thing about chameleons, and it's not for the reasons you think. Chameleons do not change color to match their background. That's what everybody thinks. That's not what's happening. Color changing, the most important reason for color changing is social signaling. If two males encounter each other, they will do what's called firing up. They'll put on all their biggest, brightest, most angry colors to try to get that other chameleon to go away. They don't like to live near each other. They're pretty antisocial beasts, and so they will put on threatening displays. If a male chameleon encounters a female chameleon, they might put on their most spectacular colors. They want to peacock to that female and show them how vital and healthy and how colorful I can be. And then the female might respond, and she might turn her colors that say, I got a headache. And so they can change colors to indicate mood. That's the primary reason they change colors. Another reason they change colors is to thermoregulate. This species happens to be a mountain chameleon. It's found at fairly high elevations in mountains in Madagascar. And, you know, Madagascar is warm, but in higher elevations, it gets pretty cold at night in these high elevations. So it might get down to 40 or 50 degrees. And so when they wake up, they're cold. So they climb up to a nice high branch, get into a nice sunny spot, put on some black clothing, some dark clothing, because dark colors absorb solar radiation, right? But it's Madagascar. It's going to be pushing 90 midday, right? Ooh, you need to turn a nice light teal color, reflect some of that heat. So they change colors to thermoregulate. So not for matching backgrounds. We are going to go ahead and move on with these guys. I think we'll just do one or two questions with each animal because our next animal is kind of impatient. We are going to have a python for you to touch, I forgot to tell you, in the aisleway afterwards. It's hard to snake our way through the audience with the python. A couple of python questions. Anybody have a quick python question? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you're right. I said python, didn't I? You were listening. Great. What's your chameleon question? Oh, they got those great pinching claws, those zygolodactic feet, those kind of, they're fused together like Vulcan feet, actually, Vulcan hands. Anyway, one more other quick question. Yeah. Pretty much any kind of insect. There are probably some poisonous insects, like monarch butterflies would be poisonous. I don't know about what insects in Australia they do eat, but probably pretty much any insect that isn't poisonous. So, okay, we're going to get ready for our next animal, and because it's Arboreal Animal Month, and because we always want our animals to feel very safe and comfortable and secure, we're going to set up a little jungle gym for Danny. He likes to be up high, as would most arboreal animals. We are going to take a look at one of our two clouded leopards. It's going to be Danny that's coming out on stage. We do have some special requests while he's out on, on stage. Am I confused, or is that? Okay. Anyway, so we do have some special requests while he's out on stage. He is a youngster. He's barely pubescent, may not even be pubescent. And so, like some of these youngsters, got a short attention span. You're going to get 4 minutes out of them if we're lucky. If you sit really quietly, we might actually get 5. So the quieter you are, the longer he'll be out here. Second thing, parents, grandparents, You cannot have your children running around up front. They have to be seated, particularly if you're in the front row. If you have to leave, that's fine. Get into the second row and exit out through the second row. We don't want any small children walking around up front here. It's just a big distraction for Danny. He is a very sweet guy, and it's going to take him probably. Are there pieces of meat from yesterday on there that have to go? Yeah. He's gonna probably take about 2 or 3 minutes to get over here from his enclosure. They got to throw collars and leads on him and stuff like that. So he'll be back over here in just a moment. I do have a couple of other quick chameleon videos that I forgot. When chameleons are moving through branches, you will often see them swaying, doing a jilted motion. That's to match the leaves that are blowing in the breeze, the way the plants might be moving. And just in case our chameleons didn't successfully eat in front of you guys, just to give you an idea of how far they can shoot out their tongue. More than twice their length is what they can shoot out their tongue. But let's switch over to clouded leopardville. We're going to take a look at a clouded leopard. These are beautiful cats from the Southeast Asian rainforest. They're called clouded leopards because they have spots of different sizes and shapes. Just like clouds come in different sizes and shape, their pattern changes and is all different between different cats, and it comes in different sizes and shapes. You actually might even see stripe-like. I think Danny's got stripes like a tiger on his neck. He's got solid spots down toward the lower part of his body, but the bulk of his spots are these big aberrant cloud-shaped spots along the sides of his body, and that's where they get their name clouded leopard. Now, they are probably the most arboreal of all the cats. They spend more time in the trees than any of the other cats, and they can do some really cool things, like they can descend a tree head first. Now, the reason they can do that is they have vastly more flexible ankle joints than any other species of cat. That's pretty rare for a cat to be able to descend a tree head first. If you stick around for the 2 o'clock program and meet our sloth, they're famous for hanging on the bottom of a branch. Well, clouded leopards can also do that. Again, those flexible ankle and wrist joints allows them to run in the underside of a branch, and no other cat species do that with any regularity. So that's another very unique species of clouded leopard, another very unique feature of clouded leopards. Another thing to watch for, particularly as he's moving around, is you're going to notice that he has a really long tail. They have proportionately the longest tail relative to their body size of any member of the cat family. Not only is it the longest tail proportionately, but it's kind of a thick, dense tail. And you'll see as he's moving around on his branch that he will often flick that tail back and forth. Well, if you've ever watched a tightrope walker walk across a stretched rope, you will see that they often carry a pole with them that they can shift back and forth. That helps them change the center of gravity so they can better stay on the tightrope. Well, that's what Danny can do with that tail. He can flick it left, flick it right, move it into different positions, and that helps him maintain his balance. So he's very good at balancing, and that tail helps him to do that. So that's another unique feature of clouded leopards. Another thing you might notice is he's got relatively big feet. You're not going to see his claws out. He can actually spread his feet out much larger than what you're seeing, but they can fan those front feet out when they pull their claws out to be about the size of my hand. Now they like all other cats except for cheetahs have retractable claws. A lot of people don't quite understand the reasons for that. There are 3 primary reasons. One, he can move silently. If he were like a dog's feet, you'd hear click, click, click along the branch or the rocks or whatever. So not having your claws touch the ground keeps your movements more silent for stalking. Also, he doesn't want his sharp points to get worn off on the ground or the branches. So they pull their claws down to do 2 things, to climb and to kill. And in fact, one of the reasons they have such large feet on the front end is they're kind of like big catcher's mitts. They can literally catch birds as they're flying through the rainforest canopy. Maybe catcher's mitts is not the most appropriate name. Maybe murder mittens, because that's what they do. They can snare birds as they fly through the canopy. That is actually not primarily what they eat. Birds are kind of a fun little snack. What they really prefer, hoof stock. Danny only weighs 50 pounds. pounds. He's a fully grown clouded leopard. They don't get any bigger than this. This is it. In fact, Kaya, females are smaller than males. Kaya's only 30 pounds. So they're a pretty small cat, but they can kill things the size of a white-tailed deer around here. I mean, that's how big a prey they can kill because they have the largest canine teeth, pound for pound, of any member of the cat family. Actually, any animal in the order Carnivora. So Danny is 50 pounds, and his canine teeth are 2 inches long. There's another cat that shares the same habitat, the tiger, the biggest cat on the planet, 500 pounds. Tiger's canine teeth are 2 inches long. So pound for pound, these guys have the largest canine teeth. They can drop down out of the trees onto the back of a antelope species. They've been known to kill young baby, water buffalo. They jump down onto the back of a hoofed animal, a deer, an antelope, or pig species. They sink their claws in to hold on, and then they use those big teeth to cut a major artery or vein in the neck, or even break a neck. So these guys are able to kill much larger prey than you might think. That being said, there's never been a documented case of a clouded leopard injuring a human, and so they're pretty shy animals. They're highly nocturnal and highly arboreal, really hard to study in the wild. By the way, there are exactly 2 in the entire state of Michigan, Danny and Kaya. That's it. There are only 72. I might be off by 1 or 2 now. I haven't checked the stud book lately, but there's only 72 last time I checked in the entire stud book in the country. So they're exceedingly rare cats, and they're rare for a number of reasons. Southeast Asia is a pretty densely populated area of the planet. It's one problem they face, just general human population. They face a really huge threat. Oh, actually, let me tell you about this first, and then we'll go to what's happening with these guys in the wild. So I want to give you a little biology lesson. There are 2 kinds of cats on the planet. We call them the big cats and the little cats. You guys are pretty familiar with little cats. Vertical pupils, they purr, like your house cat, right? The big cats have round pupils and roar. So that's the 2 big families of cats. Clouded leopards were initially put in the little cat category because they're little. They're currently now in the big cat category. They'll probably get flopped back into the little cat category in another year or 2. We don't know what to do with them. Why not? Because they don't have vertical pupils like a little cat or round pupils like a big cat. They neither roar nor purr. They can articulate their mouth open way farther than any other cat species, and they have more flexible ankle joints than any other cat species. And in fact, scientists once thought they may be related to saber-toothed cats because of the size of their teeth and their ability to open their mouth really big. We don't think that's true anymore, but anyway, we don't know. Right now, currently today, you just saw the smallest of the big cats. So make sure you look at Harper, our cougar, before you walk out, and then you can tell all your friends that you saw the biggest small cat species and the smallest big cat species at the Conservancy today. So they are 2 different branches of the family. Talking about endangered species, general human population density is a problem. The rainforest home is being chopped down to make palm oil plantations. For those of you who are new here today, we rarely get preachy here. We just show you how cool the animals are and let that marinate. But we're going to make a direct ask today. Avoid buying things with palm oil in it. It's not that hard to do, people. Lots of things, unfortunately, do have palm oil in it. And if you happen to be one of the few people in the audience that's old like me and can't read those micro ingredient things, that's not an excuse. Karen in the gift shop can show you an app that you can download on your phone, a little QR code. It'll read the barcode on a product, tell you if there's palm oil in it, and tell you whether that was sustainably harvested or not. And then I want you to make a sacrifice. You know what I did to save clouded leopards? I switched from International Delights French Vanilla Coffee Creamer to Coffee Mates French Vanilla Coffee Creamer. I would like a hand for that tremendous sacrifice. Lots of little things like that help. Obviously, don't buy a clouded leopard skin coat. It takes almost 20 of these cats to make a coat like that. It still happens, people. Fur coats aren't so much a thing in this country anymore. It's still a thing elsewhere in the world. They can be bred in captivity. They are a bit on the difficult side. Danny is a chunk younger than Kaya, but he's getting to maturity. So we're not sure if that makes Kaya a cougar or a leopard. But anyway, hopefully we will have babies at some point in time. Anyway, and so we don't breed many animals here at the Creature Conservancy. It's basically just the sloths that they want to. You'll learn more about that at the 2 o'clock program. But we will breed the clouded leopards if we're lucky enough to have that happen. I got 2 other short videos that I'm going to show you. You guys can get up and leave at any point in time. They're kind of fun. They're Danny baby pictures. And just as a reminder, the python, that's Jordan over there. He's going to be out in the aisleway right across the way. If you want to touch a python, because we didn't do one through the audience, you can do that. But a couple of quick short videos of Danny. Oh, that's just them using their tail. We can't show that video while Danny's out here because he gets distracted by it. But you can kind of see how they can descend a tree head first and use their tail. This is a cute clouded leopard yawning until you see those things. And then now the fun videos. The cat owners in particular will like watching this video. This is Danny in our classroom when he was a kitten. He was literally house cat size. And for those cat owners in here, you're going to watch that video and think, wow, my cat at home does that exact same thing. That's because a cat is a cat is a cat. Unless you're a cheetah, that's kind of an outlier. Pretty much all the other cats are the same thing. The only thing you might notice is that Danny will occasionally hold the string toy with his back feet in addition to his front feet differently than a house cat does. But basically, this is playing just like a cat you would have at home. And so here at the Conservancy, we might say something different about that. You'd say your cat is playing. We would say, oh, Danny is practicing to kill, right? That's what's really happening. Your cats at home, when they're doing this, are practicing to kill. Your cats are marginally domesticated. House cats are happy to live amongst us, but there's not a lot of deviation from them and their wild cousins. And I'll show you another example of that. You know how when you go to a fancy pet store and you buy like a ridiculously expensive cat toy, like a $25 cat toy, and they put it in the cute little paper bag with a little handle, and you go home to your cat with your overpriced cat toy, and you set the bag down and you take the toy out and you unwrap it and you put it together and you go to play with your cat with that toy, and your cat jumps in the bag that it came in? Yeah, cat people all know what this is about. Yeah, sometimes it's just a bowl. For weeks, that was Danny's favorite toy. Harper, the big kitty out there, washing machine box. If you guys buy a new washing machine, you have a nice sturdy cardboard box, bring it on. We'll throw it in there for her because she loves boxes. So that is definitely a cat characteristic. So the next program will be at 2 o'clock, so it should be about like a half hour or so from now, and that is with one of our two-toed sloth species, and that'll be again here on the stone stage. It's a one-animal program, but a little bit more information, so it'll go maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. I'm going to just stand up here. If you have any clouded leopard questions, come up here and ask me directly. Don't forget Jordan's in the aisle if you want to touch a snake. Thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. Okay, guys, we are here to talk about what is probably our most arboreal animal on campus. We're going to take a look at one of our two-toed tree sloths. We actually have 6 sloths. Not all of them are inside right now, but there's one hanging on the ceiling over there, a couple over there, one over there, and Juju, I think, is coming in from outside. We like to rotate animals outside when it's warm enough and appropriate for them. Anyway, so we're going to take a look at what's called a Linnaeus two-toed tree sloth, or a southern two-toed tree sloth, Coleopus didactylus, if you want the Latin name for this animal. And it is actually the largest of the 6 species of sloths. So there aren't that many sloths on the planet. There are 2 species of two-toed sloth and 4 species of three-toed sloths. And so you're going to take a look at a two-toed sloth. And his name is Juju. He is actually the son of Poco and Annie. If you caught the first program today, I talked about we don't breed many things, hopefully clouded leopards, and we let sloths breed as well. And he was born 20 years ago. In fact, his 20th birthday was just a couple of days ago. So he's been around for a while doing educational programs, and his name is Juju. Now, for those of you who are not versed in sloth, sloth come in 2 different flavors. We got your 3-toed sloths and your 2-toed sloths. Now, all sloths have 3 toes on their back feet. So if you're trying to figure out which one you're looking at, you got to count the toes up front. Some species, like the one on the left in the TV, have 3 toes up front, and others only have 2 toes up front. So you got to look at the toes in the front feet and count those toenails, and you'll know what you're looking at. By the way, most of the time when you see sloths in posters and books and videos and calendars and memes and things, almost always you're going to see their 3-toed cousins. And the reason that the 3-toed sloths are depicted much more often than the 2-toed sloths is 3-toed sloths are 10 times more common in the wild than 2-toed sloths. So photographers are 10 times as likely to find a 3-toed sloth as a 2-toed sloth. Either that or they have a better PR agent. Anyway, so they are the slowest moving mammals on the planet, but for those of you who are fact-checking me on your phone in real time, it is technically their 3-toed cousins that are the super slow ones. This one obviously moves a little more quickly than you might think a sloth would move. So these are the hyper-caffeinated variety of sloth. It's the 3-toed sloths that are the slowest mammals, and those 3-toed sloths are about half of this size. They're quite a bit smaller. Now, if you want to see a bigger sloth than Juju, this is the larger species of sloth. But if you want to go bigger, all you'd have to do is invent a time machine and go back about 4,500 years. You might run into an animal called Megatherium. Megatherium was the 3rd largest land mammal that we know of to have ever existed on the planet. We're talking about a sloth bigger than an African elephant. So at one point in time, these were huge. I think the closest decent-sized skeleton of one of those that we have is at the Natural History Museum in Chicago. So if you ever get that way, definitely check out that skeleton. They're very impressive-sized animals. But this is as big as we get these days. Now, these animals, as they say, are probably our most arboreal animal, and they get a lot of special features. One cool thing about them is, of course, those claws. I don't think Juju's going to do it today. His dad tends to fall asleep mid-program. He usually doesn't. But it is perfectly possible for him to fall asleep mid-branch, mid-program. I'm talking sleeping as he's hanging upside down. How is that possible? Well, the relaxed position for their claws is kind of like this coat hanger. It takes muscles to open up those claws, and as soon as those muscles relax, ligaments pull the claws back into that coat hanger-like position, so they can literally sleep hanging below the branch. Let's talk about sleep. They literally sleep most of their life. 18 hours a day. So these animals spend more of their lives asleep than they do awake. Now, why do they move so slowly? Well, there's a couple of reasons why they move really slowly. One reason they move really slowly is they spend the bulk of their life 150 to 200 feet off the ground up in the rainforest canopy. Now, if you were climbing around on a little broomstick-sized branch or vine that far off the ground, you would carefully test each new vine or branch you moved onto to make sure that branch was good and sturdy and going to support you, because a fall from that height to the forest floor would likely be lethal. So they move very slowly and carefully, in part for safety reasons. Let's talk about why hang out below the branch. That's pretty bizarre. Think about just about any arboreal animal that you can imagine. The chameleon from the last program, the python, squirrels, birds, quadrumundés, kinkajous, monkeys, they're all sitting on top of the branch, aren't they? It seems like odd to be below the branch. Clouded leopards can do it. They're the only cats that can, but they don't spend much time doing it. He spends his whole life underneath the branch. What's up with that? Well, he happens to be hanging from a grapevine, and Jordan's been offering him grapes. If there were real grapes growing on this grapevine, would those grapes grow up in the air or would they hang down? Yeah, doesn't fruit by and large hang down below the branch? Guess what? He's a fruit-eating animal. Can you think of a better place to park your face than below the branch if you're a fruit-eating animal? I'm sorry, but that's brilliant, right? I mean, that is great. That's a great place to be if you like to eat fruit. Now let's talk about their fur. Their fur is bizarre for a number of reasons. One reason is kind of strange, is his fur starts growing from his ankle toward his hips, from his belly toward his back, the opposite direction of a lion or a tiger or a dog or a bunny rabbit. It's not just gravity pulling the hair in that direction. The actual hair follicles run in the opposite direction compared to most mammals. Well, guys, I don't know if you were listening at the beginning when I said he came from the South American rainforest, but it rains down there, and that backwards fur helps channel the water off of his body more quickly. If you look at a lot of the plants that come from the rainforest, they will have often kind of these little valleys in their leaves and a drip tip on the end of their leaves to channel water off their leaves quickly. And so that's what his fur is doing. That's actually not the most bizarre thing about his fur, though. The most bizarre thing about his fur is that if you were to go to the rainforest and go looking for a sloth up in the trees, you probably wouldn't be looking for a brown animal. You'd actually be looking for a green animal, because their fur is specially designed so plants called algae can grow in their fur. Each strand of hair has got 11 longitudinal grooves that run the length of each strand. No other mammal on the planet has this weird grooved hair, and those grooves are there so that algae can take root in their fur. Now, you guys might not want to have green slimy plants growing in your hair, but it is pretty cool to be a green sloth in a green tree, right? Makes you pretty hard to see. So these guys are supremely well camouflaged. So they have multiple different species of algae that grow in their fur in the wild, but that's not the only thing they have living on them is the algae. Sloths you have to think of as kind of like a walking colony of things. There are literally sloth moths, sloth beetles, sloth algae. They have found no less than 900 different things living on a sloth. And we're not talking parasites. We're talking about just things that hang out in a mostly commensal relationship on their sloth. So it's kind of the arboreal version of a chunk of a coral reef. You know how coral reef's got just a very intricate community of things? This is just the arboreal version of that. They're this walking colony of things. So they have a very intricate life. Now, let's see, what else to tell you about this animal? Well, let's talk about the other reasons why they hang upside down and the other reasons they move slowly. The reason they hang upside down and move slowly is called a harpy eagle. Harpy eagles are the second largest eagle species on the planet. They're about twice the size of a bald eagle, and they specialize in eating mammals that live in the trees, things like monkeys and sloths. So for the next 4 or 5 minutes, I would like you all to pretend that you are harpy eagles. More specifically, that you're a hungry harpy eagle and you're thinking about monkey for dinner tonight. And you got a hankering for monkey. Well, that's not that hard for you to do. You're just sitting in your trees in South America and you just listen. Because those monkeys chatter, don't they? They make some noise. And so when you hear a noise, you look in that direction, and come to think of it, don't those monkeys live in groups? We call it a troop of monkeys. So there's a lot of them making noise. And come to think of it, don't those monkeys swing through trees? It's kind of what they do, right? Well, that's perfect because your vision is keyed into movement. So you sit in your tree, you watch, you listen, you hear something over that way, you stare for a little bit longer. Oh, you spot a troop of monkeys, you see them swinging through the trees, their movement catches your attention. You watch them for a few minutes longer, and then you study them and you pick out the slow moving monkey. That's what you want, the slow fat one, right? You launch off your branch and you get up to 35, 40 miles an hour, and you impale that monkey in your powerful talons as you fly by. You don't stop. You snatch it off the branch and continue on to your nest because they usually take dinner home to the family. They usually eat at their nest. So you fulfilling your urging for monkey for dinner isn't that hard. But let's say you have been eating monkey all week long. Seriously, you're getting sick of monkey. You would like to have something different for dinner today. Switch it up a little bit. You're kind of getting a hankering for sloth. Well, you got a few challenges. First of all, you work the day shift. The sloths work the night shift, right? So you're active 2 different times. Monkeys are active during the day like you are, but sloths are active at night. Sloths are completely antisocial. They don't like each other. They rarely are found in a tree with another sloth. So you're not looking for a group of animals. You're looking for a solo animal. You're looking for a solo, silent animal because they lose the ability to make noise once they're about a year old. So you're looking for a single, silent animal who is super slow moving, and that's kind of an irritation for you because your eyes are geared toward movement. Your eyes don't track non-movement very well, and so you're looking for a slow-moving, silent, solo animal who is exceedingly well camouflaged, right? Green sloth, green tree, and oh, by the way, it's probably not moving at all because anytime you encounter the sloth, odds are it's asleep, right? So you got a lot of challenges, a lot of hurdles to getting a sloth for dinner, but it's your lucky day. You spot one in spite of all of those things. You still kind of got a problem because if you launch off your branch, get up to 35, 40 miles an hour like you would for a monkey, and you impale this sloth in the side of its body, get a good hold on it just like you would a monkey, you're going to face plant into that branch, aren't you? That branch hitting you in the head at 35, 40 miles an hour, not going to feel good, is it? No. So what else are you going to do? Fly upside down and grab the monkey off the bottom of the branch? Yeah, physics gets in your way on that one. What else can you do? What else can you? I have a really good idea. Go get a monkey for dinner. Seriously, hanging below the branch makes them such an irritating target for those harpy eagles that they rarely do it. And we know this pretty precisely because remember I said those harpies fly back to their nests to eat most of the time? Well, when you find a harpy eagle's nest, just count the pile of bones underneath. Count skulls. That makes it really simple. You're going to find about 50 monkey skulls for every sloth skull that you find. Apparently, monkeys are 50 times easier to catch than a sloth is. So that's why they hang below the branch, is in order to make themselves really difficult targets for their primary predator. Now, we're going to do the part that y'all came here today for, which is to touch a sloth. But that is not going to happen until you listen to my long list of rules. First rule is parents, grandparents, it is your job to make sure your kids follow my rules. That's not our job, that's your job. Second is this is going to happen pretty fast. Jordan's going to come out in a few moments when I think you've all been schooled well enough, and he's going to be walking by you in front of you with the sloth at about this pace. If you do not have your child ready to touch that sloth as it passes by and he or she misses their opportunity to touch that sloth, we are not coming back. It's officially your fault your kids didn't touch the sloth. That's not our fault. There's a reason why I'm telling you this, because I've been chewed out by parents. So if you can pull up your bags, purses, big feet as Jordan is walking by, because he's going to be watching you touch the sloths. Probably one of the most important things I'm going to tell you is there's only one place you're allowed to touch the sloth, and that's at the back end of his body, just near the hips of this animal. Now, when Jordan gets done making his way through the first row, he's going to hop into the second row and let the people in the second row touch. You people in the first row cannot double dip. Yeah, I'm looking at you two. We do not want hands coming at this animal from two different directions at once. And of course, the same holds true between the second and the third row. And if anybody wasn't listening about touching the butt of this animal, look at that picture. That's the front end of this animal. Those teeth are larger than a German Shepherd's teeth. That is the biting end of the animal, people. Do not touch the biting end of the wild animal. Why do you silly humans all want to do that? You want to go up and cuddle the face of a wild animal. That's really aggressive. That's really an angry thing to do. If I walked up to any one of you and shoved my hands in your face, that would be irritating, wouldn't it? So you need to listen to the rules well and just touch them near the bottom. Now, as Jordan comes by, this is a great time to answer questions about the sloth. So we can go through questions as he's making his way through the audience. We'd appreciate it if you continue to sit kind of quietly. Does anybody have any questions about the sloth as he comes around? Did you have a question in the second row? No, they have spent so much of their existence, they've evolved to move so slowly that they don't have the ability to move fast along a branch. I mean, he could move a little bit faster than what he was. The one thing that he kind of can do is a swipe with his front claws at a fairly fast pace, but they basically are kind of stuck in slow-mo. Yeah. So this young gentleman asked a brilliant question. Look at those teeth. Grapes, bananas, that seems like overkill, doesn't it? Why, right? Well, you know what? When we think of fruit, which is what they eat, we think of apples, oranges, grapes, bananas. You don't need killer canine teeth like that to chew those things. The thing is, a lot of fruit in the rainforest is tough and gourd-like. We feed them things like butternut squash, acorn squash, things that have got a hard exterior or even hard interiors. So he does need those teeth for some of the tough foods that he eats. Other sloth questions? Yeah. Yeah, that's something that Annie does. She's our only sloth that does that. I think she's just ready to get her outdoor time. Poco or Juju is getting one of our outdoor enclosures now, but she's scheduled to get it, or she's trying to get over to that enclosure where the other sloth is. Yeah, so. Do they ever walk on the ground? Oh, that's another great question. They can walk on the ground. They have to walk on their ankles and elbows. They can't put their hooks out all the way flat, so they kind of walk on the side of their feet. And I should see if we can get a video of this happening one time. Imagine a G.I. Joe Army guy climbing underneath barbed wire, is kind of that belly crawl, only with a full mohawk sticking straight up, because his hair is sticking straight up when he's done. It's really odd looking. I saw somebody had their hand up. Did you? Okay, yeah. A little bit after the dinosaurs is when that big giant sloth was. A little bit after. They didn't quite overlap. More in the woolly mammoth time and the saber-toothed cat time is when you would find the giant ground sloths. By the way, 4,500 years ago, I think was when the last of the giant ground sloths we think disappeared. The absolute last of them, I think, were in Cuba. That's not that long ago, people. The pyramids were already done at that point in time. So we're talking giant ground sloths and people definitely overlapped. 4,500. That's not very long ago, no. Yeah. Ooh, that's a great question. Okay, that's going to take me 4 or 5 minutes. You can all get up and leave, but it's a pretty interesting story. So, I even have a video tape. I have video support for this question. So, sloths actually descend to the ground to defecate and urinate, and they only do it about once every 5 to 7 days. And there are many crazy things about this. First, it's kind of bizarre to only go to the bathroom once every 5 or 7 days. So just from the gate, we're kind of in a weird territory. The second reason that's super bizarre is their second major predator after the harpy eagles are South America's big cats, the jaguar and the mountain lion. Jaguars and mountain lions cannot get them when they're up high in the canopy layer. They're easy pickings for a jaguar or a mountain lion when they're on the ground going to the bathroom. So why descend to the ground, defecate, and urinate? How about you poop from the trees like a monkey, right? Why? That just makes a lot more sense. Well, the thing is when they go, they really go. Can you imagine ascending 150, 175, maybe 200 feet up off of the forest floor and pouring out a literal gallon of urine and feces? Let me rephrase that. A gallon of well-fermented, been brewing in there for a week, urine and feces. And he literally will go from weighing 32 pounds on one day to 24 pounds when he's done going to the bathroom. I am not joking. This is what they do. So if you were 200 feet off the ground pouring out a gallon of well-fermented urine and feces, it is actually going to create a lot of motion as it goes careening and cascading off all the branches and leaves as it makes its way down to the forest floor. It's going to make a lot of splattering sound, a lot of noises as it comes trickling down to the forest floor, and it's going to disperse the smell over a greater area. What are predators attracted to? Noises, movements, smells. It is statistically safer for them to descend to the forest floor, defecate and urinate, and go back up. And they literally have to schedule a whole day in their week for this process. Remember, slowest moving mammal on the planet, only awake 6 hours a day. Well, takes you like 3 hours to get down and 3 hours to get back up. It is then time to go to bed, right? And so this is a sloth doing a poop dance at the bottom of a branch in the rainforest. So anyway, yes, our sloths descend to the ground to defecate and urinate. So if you look closely, I think the only place you'll see it on that sloth tower, there's a section of black grid work standing out from the wall a couple inches. There's actually two sections like that. They can descend that black grid work down to the ground to defecate and urinate. And brilliant people that we are, we have a kitty litter pan at the bottom of that spot. So our sloths are actually litter pan trained. And the moment we walk in the staff door into this building on a night when a sloth has pooped, we can smell it in the kitchen when we open the door in the morning. It is not, like cougar poop is very stinky too, but it's like kind of like super hyped up horse poop for any of us that had a horse, kind of that barny kind of smell. So you know what, you guys have been sitting here for a long time. I'm gonna turn off the microphone and stand up here and answer a couple of sloth questions so you guys don't feel trapped. So thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. The next program is a repeat of this one. We're trying to get you to show up for the 1 o'clock and the 2 o'clock program, and then rotate the parking lot a little bit for the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock programs. Thanks a lot, guys. Hope you had fun. Hey guys, welcome to the 3 o'clock presentation of the Creature Conservancy. This is Arboreal Animal Month, and we have Juju, arguably our most arboreal species here at the Creature Conservancy. So we're going to take a look at one of our two-toed sloths. For those of you who don't know, those of you who aren't sloth experts, sloths come in 2 different flavors. They come in a 2-toed variety and a 3-toed variety. This is a 2-toed sloth. This is found in northern South America, and it is the largest of the 6 species of sloths on the planet, and it's found in primary rainforests in northern South America. But let's look at 3-toed versus 2-toed. 3-toed sloths are about half the size, so when you look at posters, books, videos, memes, you guys can sit in the front row. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, when you guys look at sloths and posters and books and memes and calendars and things, you are almost always looking at 3-toed sloths. And the reason you're almost always seeing 3-toed sloths is because they occur at a ratio of 10 to 1 over 2-toed sloths in the wild. So photographers are 10 times more likely to come across a 3-toed sloth and get a picture versus a 2-toed sloth. 3-toed sloths, of course, have 3 toes in the front, and 3-toed sloths have that kind of little raccoony mask kind of looking face. 2-toed sloths have 2 toes in the front, and they don't have that little mask. So they all, again, have 3 toes in their back feet. Now, sloths are the slowest moving mammals on the planet. They move more slowly than any other animal with fur. But for those of you who are fact-checking me on your phone in real time as I talk, it is technically the 3-toed sloths that are the super slow ones. This is the hyper-caffeinated variety of sloth that you're looking at here. So those are the 2 types of sloths. These animals spend their entire lives up in the trees, hanging below the branches. They eat in this position, they sleep in this position, they drink in this position, they give birth in this position, and they have a lot of cool features for living that kind of lifestyle. Now, one cool thing are, of course, those claws. Juju doesn't do it so much as his dad does. Juju was born here. He actually had his 20th birthday 2 days ago. But his dad, Poco, has been doing programs for almost 40 years. He will frequently fall asleep hanging from the middle of the branch mid-program. That seems odd. How can he do that? Well, the relaxed position for his claws is kind of a coat hanger position. It takes muscles to open those claws, and as soon as those muscles relax, ligaments on the other side pull it back into that coat hanger position. So they can literally sleep hanging from the middle of the branch, which is a pretty impressive feature. So their claws are one of their cool features. They're long, strong, curved, hooked, and we take the points off the end of his claws, but they are normally pretty sharp. But he's got a lot of other cool features for living that upside down lifestyle. If you look at his fur, it's unusual for 2 reasons. One reason it's kind of unusual is it starts at his feet and grows toward his hips. It starts at his belly, grows toward his back. The hair grows in the opposite direction of most any other mammal on the planet, a horse, a tiger, a dog. And it's not just gravity pulling the hair in that direction. The actual hair follicles are reversed. They run the opposite direction. Well, guys, he lives in a rainforest. Rains a lot, right? That backwards fur helps channel the water off of his body. So that's what his fur is doing by growing in that, what we would call a backward direction. So that's one of the unique things about his fur. There's actually something even more unique about their fur. If you were to go to the rainforest and go looking for a sloth up in the trees, you wouldn't actually be looking for a brown animal. You would actually be looking for a green animal because their fur is specially designed so plants called algae can grow in their fur. Now, you guys might not want to have green slimy plants growing in your hair, but it would be pretty cool to be a green sloth in a green tree, right? Makes it pretty hard to see. So these guys are supremely camouflaged. Now, as I was saying at the beginning, this is the largest of the 6 species of sloth on the planet. If you wanted to see a bigger sloth, all you'd have to do is invent a time machine and go back about 4,500 years. You could have run into an animal called Megatherium. Megatherium was the 3rd largest land mammal that we know of to have ever existed on the planet, and it was a type of a giant ground sloth. Sorry, our center TV took a dive on us yesterday, and so we're without that. But if you look at either of the two slides, side TVs, you'll see a giant ground sloth, Megatherium. Megatherium was actually bigger than an African elephant. That's how big they were at one point in time. Juju's as big as we get these days. So let's kind of go back and talk about that slow-moving thing for a minute. He's got a couple of reasons for moving really slowly. One reason he moves really slow is this animal is arboreal. It spends the bulk of his life 150 or more feet off the ground. Now, if you were climbing around on a little grapevine or a little branch 150 feet off the ground, you wouldn't want to fall from that height, right? That would probably actually be lethal. So they carefully test each branch or vine that they move onto to make sure it's strong enough to support them. So one of the reasons why they move slowly is to protect themselves from falling. They move very cautiously so they don't fall. Let's talk a little bit about why they hang below the branch. So this is Arboreal Animal Month, and when you think about an animal that lives in trees and think about where they live in those trees, pretty much all of them are on top of a branch, right? Birds, squirrels, raccoons, possums, kinkajous, quadrimundes, monkeys, they're all sitting on top of the branch. What's up with this? This seems weird, doesn't it? Why hang out below the branch? Well, there's a couple of reasons you might do that. One thing is he is literally hanging from a grapevine, and Jordan's been offering him grapes. Think about it. If this was a live grape branch with live grapes growing from it, would those grapes grow up in the air or would they hang down? What if it were an apple branch? Would those apples grow up or hang down? You get the idea. Doesn't fruit almost always hang below the branch? If you were a fruit-eating animal, could you think of a better place to park your face than below the branch where your food is at? I'm sorry, but I think that's brilliant. What better place could you have your face if you're a fruit-eating animal than below the branch? So that's one of the reasons why they hang out below the branch. Sorry, I'm bouncing around all over today. Let's go back to the fur. I told you this fur is weird because it grows backwards. It's also weird because it grows algae. If you were to go looking for a sloth in the wild, you wouldn't be looking for a brown animal. You would be looking for a green animal. Wait, did I do this already? I've been doing the programs all weekend long. Did I tell you all about algae in their fur? Okay, I'm getting old, getting tired. Anyway, so yes, they have algae growing in their fur. But, catch this segue. There's another cool thing to tell you about his fur. They don't just have algae growing in their fur. There are sloth moths and sloth beetles. There are sloth bugs. They have found no less than 900 different species of things living in their fur. I think we have a slide of a sloth moth. So when you think about a sloth, when you see a sloth in the wild, you're not seeing one thing, you're seeing a colony of things. Several different types of algae, several different species of moths that are found exclusively in moth fur, different species of beetles that live exclusively on sloths. Most of these things are commensal. They're not parasitic relationships at all. That just happens to be where they're at. So they're just kind of a walking colony of things, which is pretty cool. Now, let's talk about some other things. I told you moving slow was for safety so they don't fall. Hanging below the branch was for getting fruit. But those were the secondary reasons for hanging out below the branch or moving slowly. You know what the primary reason for hanging out below the branch and moving slowly are? That thing. That is called a harpy eagle. That is a huge eagle, the second largest eagle on the planet, about twice as big as our bald eagles, and they specialize in eating mammals that live in the trees, things like monkeys and sloths. So, guys, I want you, for the next 4 or 5 minutes, to pretend that you're harpy eagles. Not that just that you're a harpy eagle, I want you to pretend you're a hungry harpy eagle, and you got a hankering for monkey for dinner. So, you're a hungry harpy eagle. You're sitting in the trees in South America. You're thinking about monkey for dinner. That's not that hard for you. There's a few reasons why that's not that hard. Those monkeys generally live in a group. We call a group of monkeys a troop usually. So it's a lot easier to spot a troop, a group of things, than a solo thing, right? So you're sitting in the trees in the rainforest in South America, and you're scanning around looking for a bunch of monkeys, a bunch of something. And in fact, they kind of live in a noisy group, don't they? They're constantly chattering with each other and crabbing at each other. They're vocalizing a lot. So you've got great hearing. This is great. So you sit in that tree and you stare around, you watch, you listen, you hear a sound over there, you focus for a little bit. Oh, there's a whole bunch of things over there. Oh, it's a troop of monkeys. And you know what? They're swinging through the trees, aren't they? Isn't that what monkeys do? Perfect, because your eyes are really good at motion detection. So you've got great hearing, you listen for that group of monkeys, you spot that group of monkeys, you see them moving around, and then you just watch them for a few minutes. You know what you're looking for? The slow one, right? The slow, plump one, because remember, you're thinking about dinner. So once you've decided, oh, I'm getting right there. I'm almost there. I'll tell the story faster. So once you've decided on which slow-moving fat monkey you're going to go for, you launch off that tree, and you get up to 35, 40 miles an hour, and you impale that monkey with your powerful talons. You don't land on the branch. You snatch it off the branch as you continue flying, and you go back to your nest and you eat your monkey for dinner. So none of that was super hard for you. But let's say you have been eating monkey all week long. We're talking 5, 6, 7 days in a row. You're getting kind of sick of monkey. You'd like to switch it up a little bit. Maybe have a sloth for dinner. Don't you think? I think so. Have a sloth for dinner tonight. Change it up a little bit. Well, you got a few problems. You work the day shift. They work the night shift. These guys are non-social. They don't like each other that much. So you're looking for a solo animal, not a group of animals. You're looking for a solo, silent animal. They literally lose the ability to vocalize when they hit about a year old. So you're looking for a solo, silent animal who is probably not even moving anyway because he's asleep, because they sleep 18 hours of the day. They sleep more of their lives than they're awake. So slow-moving, silent, single animal who is super well camouflaged, right? Green sloth, green tree. Those are a lot of hurdles to your quest to having a monkey or a sloth for dinner. But let's pretend it's your lucky day and you find a sloth in spite of all those things. You still got a problem, because when you launch off that tree branch and you start getting yourself up to speed, getting up to 35, 40 miles an hour, and you do what you do with a monkey, which is slam your talons into the body of that animal, you are also going to face plant into that branch. Yeah, that branch isn't going to feel so good when it hits you in the face at 35, 40 miles an hour, is it? Nope. You have to approach differently. You have to figure out something different, because that's not a good thing. So what else could you do? How about fly upside down and grab it off the bottom of the branch as you go by? Yeah, physics doesn't actually let you do that one. So what else can you do? I have a great idea. You know what I would do if I were you? Go get a monkey for dinner. Seriously. Sloths are making themselves super difficult targets by hanging out below the branch. And we know exactly how effective this is, because those harpy eagles, you guys, fly back to your nest most all of the time to eat your monkey and share it with your family, share it with your kids, or whatever you're catching. So there's a big old pile of bones at the bottom of a harpy eagle's nest. Just count the skulls. You know what you're going to find? About 50 monkey skulls for every sloth skull that you find, because apparently monkeys are 50 times easier to get than a sloth. So that's why they hang below the branch. That's why they move slowly. And so that's how they protect themselves. Now, he's not moving that slowly right now, though. So we're going to do the part that you all have been waiting for, is we're going to bring him around and give you a chance to touch him after I give you a very long list of rules. First rule is, parents, grandparents, it is in fact your job to make sure your kids follow my rules. That's not my job, that's your job. Second rule is, the only place you're allowed to touch this animal is near the back end of the body. Third rule is, this is going to happen fast. Jordan's going to come over there, start down there. He's going to be walking in front of you about this fast. If we walk past your child and your child didn't get a chance to touch the sloth because you didn't have your child ready, it is officially your fault, not our fault, that your child didn't touch. And we are absolutely not going to come back for your precious child. You lost out. Have your children ready. Also, if you pull your feet in, pull your purses in, keep your children seated during this process, because he's going to be watching you touch the sloth and not watching where your feet are. Now, listen up. I'm not done with my rules. Another really important one is when Jordan gets done with the first row, he's going to hop into the second row and let all the lovely people in the second row touch the sloth. You people in the first row are not allowed to double dip. I'm talking to you four specifically. Do not turn around and get a second reach of the sloth. We don't want hands coming at him from different directions at once. Same between the second and the third row. And just as a reminder about which end of the sloth you're touching, the front end bites, people. Why do all you people want to go up to the wild animal and rub it in the face? That's what everybody wants to do. How incredibly rude is it if I walk up to any one of you and shove my hand in your face? Do people like it when strange people come up and touch them in the face? That's aggressive. That's assertive. That's not what you want to do. So just touch them along the back of the body. I think we have sufficiently prepared them. Now, this is going to happen quick. It's starting down there. And if you guys can all kind of sit kind of quietly while this is happening, because I would like to answer some questions as this is going on. Does anybody have any sloth questions as he's floating around in front of you guys? Yeah. Alligators can bite. You know what, young man? There's something you should really learn. Everybody should learn this. If it has a mouth, it can probably bite. Yeah, that's our rule around here. Sloth is coming. Pay attention. Yes. About 4,500 years ago. Pyramids were already done. Yeah. And in fact, the last of them, I think, actually went extinct in Cuba a little bit more recently than that. Well, there's a global phenomenon of when humans moved into the area, all megafauna died. So when we got to North America, all of the mastodons, mammoths died. When we got down to South America, all the big megafauna died. So you can draw your own conclusion. Other sloth questions? Yes? Nope. So this was about who are they related to. This is a really good question. They belong to a bizarre family of animals. They belong to a group of animals called the xenarthrans. Xenarthrans are the sloths, giant anteaters, all the anteaters, and armadillos. Armadillo doesn't look anything like that thing, does it? No, they are all very diverse-looking animals. There is one thing they all have in common, though. Big claws on the front end. That is one of their commonalities. They're also heterothermic mammals. They're very primitive mammals. They don't maintain a constant body temperature like we do. A couple more sloth questions. Any other sloth? Yeah. Ooh, don't know. We have 6 of them. I think that is Hubert. I can tell you that is Poco and Annie. That was actually Juju's dad. I'm not sure who that one is or that one is. That one's really enjoying the window, though. So yeah, we have 6 sloths. Every now and then we'll have a 7th sloth. They're one of the few animals that we let procreate here. Last chance for questions. Any other questions? Okay, I can't believe this, guys. You're like the first group in 20 years that hasn't asked this question. So you ask me how much he weighs. How much does he weigh? You want to know? Oh, okay. We'll tell you. This young lady asked us how much he weighs. We weigh pretty much everything here. We weigh our alligator, we weigh our warthog, we weigh our reindeer. We do not weigh sloths. Not at all. You know why? Irrelevant information. Jordan was whipping through pretty good, didn't look like he was struggling pretty much, so my guess is he's about 24 pounds today. Assuming he is 24 pounds today, tomorrow he will be 26 pounds. The next day he'll be 28. The next day, 30 pounds. The next day, 32 pounds. The day after that, 24. Yeah, what happened between 32 and 24? Bathroom day. Big important day in a sloth's life. You can all get up and leave, but the kids want to hear about poop, right? So let's talk about sloths going to the bathroom. There are crazy things about this. First of all, you're only going to poop once every 5 to 7 days. That's crazy from the get-go. Second thing that's crazy about this is they descend to the ground to defecate and urinate. I want you to think for a moment what you've learned about sloths. Slowest moving mammal on the planet, sleep 18 hours of the day. If you live 200 feet off the ground, you have to schedule a whole day in your week to go to the bathroom. Seriously, it's going to take you 2 or 3 hours to climb down. It's going to take you 2 or 3 hours to do the poop dance. Or 20 or 30 minutes to do the poop dance, and another 2 or 3 hours to get back up at the top of the tree. Why go down to, that's a lot of time. And another weird thing about it, their second major predators after harpy eagles are South America's big cats, jaguars, cougars. They can't get a sloth up in the top of the trees, but a sloth at the ground, easy dinner for those big cats. So again, this seems crazy. Why descend to the ground to defecate and urinate? Just poop from the trees like birds and monkeys and kinkajous and quadrimundes, just poop from the trees. Well, it turns out if you climb a tree, you get up to the top of a rainforest tree, you're 150, 200 feet off the ground, and you start pouring out a gallon, 32 pounds to 24 pounds, a gallon of urine and feces, a gallon of well-fermented, pretty stinky urine and feces, it actually creates a huge amount of motion as all of that stuff goes careening through all the leaves and hits all the branches on the way down. Creates a lot of motion. It certainly creates a lot of noise as this stuff goes crashing through all the leaves on its way down to the forest floor, and it disperses the smell over a greater area. What are predators attracted to? Noises, movements, smells. It is statistically safer for them to quietly and stealthily descend to the ground, do their little poop dance, and climb back up in the trees. And they do it typically once every 5 to 7 days, somewhere in that range. One more question, and then I'm going to turn off the mic. Yeah. I do not know how big a newborn megatherium is, but I can tell you a couple of things about size. That was the biggest of all the sloths. Most of the giant ground sloths range from black bear to polar bear size. Is kind of the size of most of the giant ground sloths. And I think the last of them went extinct in Cuba, and they were killed off by people and the Cuban crocodiles, which hunt them. And what else was I going to tell you about that? What was your question again? How big? Shoot, maybe think about another thing. Oh, I can tell you how big he was. I don't know how big a baby giant ground sloth is, but I can tell you how big Juju was when he was born, because I saw that happening. Juju was about 8 or 9 inches from nose to butt, with long claws. They're born. Annie was hanging from the branch just like Juju was. They're born, the baby sloths are precocial. Their eyes are open, they're fully furred, fully clawed, and the baby climbed up onto mom's belly, and so they were riding belly to belly for the first few months of their life. So technically, the sloth baby starts out upside down until it gets right side up for a sloth, which is upside down to us. Okay, there's enough confusion. So, okay, well, thanks for coming to the 3 o'clock program. We have a really cool, thanks. We have a really cool program at 4 o'clock. It has 3 spectacular arboreal animals that are really fun to watch. Sorry you're stuck with me again because we're short-staffed today. But after the 4 o'clock program is over, really shortly after that, like within 5 or 10 minutes of that, we're going to do gator feeding out on the dock if any of you are still sticking around. So thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. We'll see you guys at the 4 o'clock. Thanks. questions after?
You're fine. I'm going to start on announcements if that's okay. Yeah. Do you want me to talk about gator feedings during announcements or no?
I'll just tell them at the end. Yeah, I already told them.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We are so excited to have you here for our 4 p.m. program. You're going to meet a lot of cool arboreal animals today. These are animals that live up in the trees and have some really cool adaptations to living an arboreal lifestyle. But you may not know, we actually have a new set of animals on stage every single month. So definitely come back next month, because in July we have Backyard Buddies on stage. You'll be able to meet our woodchuck Nigel, our skunk Giorgio, our snapping turtle Christopher, and one of our opossums as well. If you have a really good time today, you may want to think about getting a membership here at the Creature Conservancy. Raise your hand if it's your first time here at the Creature Conservancy. Awesome. Okay, we have a lot of new faces. If you have a great time, you can actually get a membership at our gift shop today, and you'll get your fee for today's admission refunded. This gets you free access to open hours and our first and third adult only, our first and third Friday events, along with discounts in the gift shop and for special events like our animal yoga events, our paint nights, our cookie decorating events. And it also gets you advanced notice for these special events. We also have something super cool known as our Adopt a Creature program. If you fall in love with one of our animals here, you can directly sponsor the care and enrichment for that animal. There are different tiers ranging from a signed letter from the zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership here at the Creature Conservancy. And finally, follow us on social media. We post cute photos of our animals. This is where we post our upcoming events. And then also send us the pictures that you take. While we're doing programs, we don't always get to take cute photos, so make sure you send them to us. But now I'm going to pass it over to Steve. He is going to introduce our first arboreal animal.
Great. Okay, so we're going to take a look at an Australian animal. This is an animal that it lives in the trees in the western part of Australia, but there are different types of carpet pythons found throughout most of Australia. This is specifically a jungle carpet python, and you would find it at the western end of Australia. She's a pretty good size one. She's like 10, 11 feet, well, somewhere in there. And this species maxes out at about 12, so they don't get all that big. I can tell this is a girl from here. Not because of her beautiful pattern or color, but because she's already too big to be a boy. Males only get, they're a lot smaller than this. Males are probably half of the weight of a female, a lot thinner and leaner, and they maybe only get to be 7 or 8 feet long versus 10 or 12 feet long. By the way, that is really common for girls to be the bigger of the two sexes. Humans are backwards for a lot of reasons, but in most of the animal world, the girl is usually the larger of the two species. Any of the invertebrates, grasshoppers, spiders, praying mantises, the girls are almost always bigger than the boys. But even invertebrates, if you see a big toad around here, I promise you it's a girl, not a boy. A big painted turtle, big map turtle, big hawk, big owl, big eagle. Kind of makes sense for girls to be bigger because girls have to carry around the eggs and the babies, right? So in the animal world, it's very common for girls to be bigger than the boys, and it's certainly true with these guys. Now, these animals are called carpet pythons because of the beautiful pattern in their body. They can be reminiscent of a lot of the Asian and Oriental carpets that we make, and so that's where they get that name, because of that beautiful, intricate pattern. Now, this is Arboreal Animal Month, so we are talking about animals that live up in the trees, and they have some very special features. One of the things they have, and actually our next animal also has, is a fully prehensile tail. The tail on this animal is only about yay long, but this animal can support its entire body weight. Let me try moving. Entire body weight just by the tail alone. So they have a fully prehensile tail, and that comes in handy for a lot of the things that they do when they're climbing. We're going to show you a quick video. Sorry, our main TV pooped out on us yesterday. You have to look at one of the side videos. But this is a video of a carpet python in Australia climbing the trunk of a tree that is perfectly straight. So there's no lateral branches. And this, I think, is a really cool way that they get up there. They kind of wrap themselves in coils and then stretch themselves out and wrap up in coils again and stretch themselves out, and they can climb up a straight tree trunk that doesn't have lateral branches using this method. So these are a really arboreal snake. In fact, mostly what they eat are things that live in the trees, things like bats and birds. And what they're able to do is to wrap their tail around a branch and lunge the front part of their body out and grab birds out of midair. So they are very fast. They can grab things out of midair. By the way, like most snakes, this is not a venomous snake. I think we have a warped sense of how many venomous snakes there are out there. There's about 3,000 species of snake, maybe closer to 3,500. Only 600 of them are venomous, and actually only 200 of that 600 are venomous enough to be of any concern to a human-sized animal. So basically what we're talking, 3% of the snake species on the planet are venomous enough to kill a person, so really it's not that many. These guys kill the way most snakes kill, which is by constriction. They strike out in the air, they'll grab an animal, they'll wrap around it, and squeeze so tight it spikes the animal's blood pressure and they die of cardiac arrest. This is actually a carpet python who has caught a bat. They're relatively famous for catching bats. And one of the reasons they can do that is that they have a special sense organ that you guys wouldn't be familiar with. They can detect body heat. So, you know, we got smell and taste and touch. They have an extra sense. They can see body heat. If you look at the face of this carpet python, you'll see little pits. Sorry, I'm going to keep moving around until I stop buzzing. You'll see little pits in the side of its face along its lower jaw. It also has some on its upper nostrils. They can see heat being given off from a warm-blooded animal like a bat or a bird. And so these snakes can hunt in pitch blackness. They don't need any light at all to strike out and grab a bat midair at night, because they can see the heat impression of that animal. By the way, when you see that bat, you have to remember this is Australia. Big bats. They have a lot of bats that are in the 4-foot wing range. I can't remember if the largest fruit bat in the world, Pteropus vampirus, stretches into Australia, but that one has a 5-foot wingspan. So they're eating big bats. Anyway, let's talk about a few more things. Look how comfortable that arboreal animal is sitting on that branch. These guys tend to hang out near human habitation. This is pretty unusual because most of the times when subdivisions move in, the reptiles move out. They don't adapt well like some animals do to human activity. But carpet pythons seem pretty resilient, and they hang out around human habitations a lot. And part of the reason is we have bird feeders and garbage cans. We have a lot of food around that attracts rodents, and these guys are really happy to eat rats and rabbits and things like that as well. And so the things we do draw pest species in, and they hang out near houses, on houses, but they don't restrict themselves to living outside of our houses. They sometimes go in our houses, and because they're arboreal, they like to go in our houses up high. And so if you're thinking about moving to Australia, remember, on any given Tuesday, you may be yanking pythons out of your ceiling. This is kind of not a super unusual thing that happens. There is one unusual thing about this thing, in that this person actually discovers after they get the first one out that there's actually 2 pythons in her ceiling. I suspect those are 2 boys that were fighting with each other and ended up in the ceiling. But you know, when you walk into your house in Australia, don't just look up, look down. Yeah, this is not an aberration. This is one of many stories about them coming out of toilets. So be sure you look up, be sure you look down when you're in Australia. Does anybody have any questions about our carpet python before we move on and take a look at our next arboreal animal? No? Okay, well we're going to put Mowgli, right? We're going to put Mowgli away, and we're going to bring out another arboreal animal. By the way, Mowgli, like a lot of the animals here at the Creature Conservancy, was a former pet. In this particular situation, her original owner died, and there weren't other family members that wanted to take on Mowgli. So that's how we ended up with that particular animal. Now, our next animal comes from Africa. You're going to find this animal actually on the island of Madagascar. Madagascar is an island off the east coast of Africa, and in fact, most of the chameleons in the world are found either in Madagascar or mainland Africa. One or two species creeps up into Europe and over into India, but they're basically from the Africa area of the planet. We're going to take a look at a Parsons chameleons. Now, chameleons, by and large, are pretty small lizards. You happen to be looking at the largest species of chameleon. These guys aren't quite fully grown. Ham there has the male Parsons chameleon on your left that's going up onto the branch, and then Madeline here has one of our female Parsons chameleons on the right. And so these are Parsons chameleons, and they're the largest species of chameleon on the planet. These two might get another 5 or 6 inches longer. They're still growing a bit. And importantly, there's a big difference between males and females. In fact, the word chameleon literally means ground lion. Chameleon means ground lion in Latin. And the lion part's pretty easy to explain. You know how male lions got the big ruff? They're easy to distinguish from the females. Well, male chameleons often have head ornamentation. The males will often have horns, or they'll have crests on the top of your head like that one. He's just growing out his horn that he'll have on his nose there, whereas her crest is not as big, and she doesn't have any sort of nose horn. And so the males look quite different from the females. Now, the reason the translation is ground lion is the first species of chameleons that were discovered are types that live on the ground. In fact, the very smallest vertebrate on the planet, so that's an animal with a backbone, so the very smallest mammal, bird, reptile, or whatever on the planet is actually a chameleon species. That's a ground species of chameleon from Madagascar, same place as these guys go, and that is a pinky finger there that it is sitting on. So we are talking about a super tiny animal with a backbone. Now, these guys are pretty amazing animals. They have lots of amazing adaptations. One adaptation these guys have for arboreal lifestyle is they have zygodactyl feet. Their toes are actually fused together to form pinchers, which allows them to hang on to branches. And again, you can kind of see in some of the camera work that they've got these pincher-like toes. They have 3 toes fused on one side and 2 toes fused on the other into this pincher format. And that's a great way to really hold on tight to branches, especially if you start to get a windstorm or a heavy rainstorm. They don't want to fall out of the trees. Not only do they have those prehensile or those pincher-like feet, they have a fully prehensile tail. Remember when I talked about that snake being able to hold on by just its actual tail? These lizards can support themselves. The female here has kind of got her tail a little bit wrapped around, but they can support their full body weight just by their tail alone. So that's another arboreal feature as well. Now, their eyes are really spectacular. Their vision is about 20 times better than ours are, and they have color vision just like we do. They probably have better color vision than we do. So really, really good vision. And watch their eyes in the camera. Their eyes are moving independently. So they have an eye on each side of their head, and they can move them independently. Can you imagine looking at the audience with your one eye and looking at the plants on the wall with your other eye, looking up at the sky while you're looking down at the ground? What's going on in that head? It gives me a headache just thinking about what's going on in there. Now, the reason they want to have those eyes is to watch out for predators. Things like hawks and snakes eat them. And in fact, they'll do the exact same thing a squirrel will do. Have you ever seen a squirrel go around to the other side of a tree trunk when somebody with a dog approaches or whatever? They're watching around for predators. If they spot a hawk coming from the distance, they'll scoot around to the back side of the tree. So they use their eyes to watch for predators, but they also use their eyes to look out for dinner. These are insect eaters, and one of the few animals on campus that we actually feed live food to because we sort of have to. They don't recognize dead food. We're going to try to let you watch one of them eat. We're going to start with the male over here. You got to pay attention and look quick because this is going to happen in a flash of a second if it happens. No guarantees here, but watch this chameleon shoot out its tongue. They accelerate to 60 miles in a second. What? 0 to 60 in 1/100th of a second is what that tongue can do. And so extremely fast tongue. Their tongues are so fast that they can eat things like bees and wasps because they hit that wasp and pull it into their mouth and chew it up before that they have a chance to use their stingers. So that's pretty amazing. We're going to go ahead and give it a try with the female. Sometimes she's a little bit more reluctant to do it, but we'll see if we can get her to shoot her tongue out. Looks like she's interested. Boom. These guys are really amazing animals. So incredible vision, eyes that are on these turrets looking in all sorts of different direction at once. But what you'll notice is before they shot out their tongues, they both had to be looking dead on at that insect from the front because they need binocular vision to figure out how far away to shoot their tongue, right? So they have to pull both eyes together and look straight on an insect before they can shoot their tongue because they have to know how far to shoot it. What you saw was a fraction of what they can do. These two lizards here can probably pluck an insect away from 2 feet away. So they have really, really long tongues. Let's see, what else to tell you about these guys? Look at their colors. Chameleons are perhaps the most famous for their colors. We have a beautiful turquoisey blue color. She's always really snazzy looking with that color, yeah. You know, he's kind of a yellow-green. I think she's got the beautiful color. We're wearing the beautiful color today. But these guys are famous for their color-changing ability. Their color-changing ability is probably not what you think. Chameleons do not change color to match the background. Commercials want us to think that, but that is not why they change their color. They have 2 other reasons why they change color. The most important primary reason they change color is to indicate what kind of mood they're in, typically to other chameleons. It is a social signal. They're communicating with each other through color. And so if a male Parsons chameleon comes across another male Parsons chameleon in his tree, he's going to turn his angry colors, his get out of my tree colors, I don't want you here colors. If a male encounters a female Parsons chameleon, he's going to turn his best rainbow colors. He is literally going to peacock as best as he can to show that female how strong and virile and healthy he is and how he can turn really bright colors. And then what she might do is turn her I got a headache color. And so they change different colors to indicate what kind of mood and how receptive or unreceptive they might be to the presence of another chameleon. So that's the primary reason they change color. The secondary reason they change color is to thermal regulate. These particular chameleons, and actually quite a few chameleons, live in mountain rainforest habitats. So they're from Madagascar. Madagascar is in a tropical area of the world, but when you're at a high elevation, thinner air, it can get very cold at night. I mean, they're used to temperatures that get down into the to the high 30s. So near freezing is what they can experience. So when they wake up in the morning at dawn, it's the coldest part of the day, they're pretty chilly. And so what they do is they position themselves laterally to the sun. They try to get on an exposed branch, and they turn almost black. Dark colors absorb thermal heat, don't they? They absorb as much sunlight as possible to warm themselves up. But it is Madagascar. By noon, it's going to be 95, even at high elevation. So what do? Nice light color to reflect those colors. So they change color to thermal regulate and to show what kind of mood they're in, not to match backgrounds. They also are very slow moving. If you guys were here at the 3 o'clock program, you saw the sloths, which are slow moving mammals. These are very slow moving lizards. Like the sloths, they don't have the ability to scurry fast. They move very slowly. Not only do they move slowly, but they move in a very odd fashion. Oh, let's show the color changing slide. This is a Parsons chameleon, a Madagascar relative of this animal, and they tend to turn a lot of colors, reds and blues and greens and yellows. They're some of the most colorful of all the chameleons. Did I say Parsons chameleons? Yeah, they're panther chameleons in the video. These are Parsons chameleons. Anyway, so different species of chameleons have different color changing ability. Anyway, but when they move through the trees, they move cryptically. Do you see how that chameleon is a little bit, has a stilted gait, would that be the right term? Halted gait, that kind of jerking motion as they move, that mimics the trees and the leaves blowing in the wind, right? That jagged movement rather than a smooth movement. So they move in a very cryptic fashion. Just in case our chameleons didn't eat in front of you, we have a video. This shows you a little bit better of what the range of their tongue is several times the length of the body. So that's a pretty amazing way that they eat. All in all, they are an amazing animal, and guess what? They're the single most consuming animal to take care of on this campus. We're talking harder than the alligator, harder than the warthog, harder than the leopard, harder than the sloths. Do not, I'll just say it flat out, don't buy a chameleon as a pet. First of all, they don't want to be seen. That's their whole MO. They don't want to be held. They don't want to be touched. And they're very difficult. You can only feed them live food. You can't feed them, they won't recognize something that isn't alive. You have to feed them a big variety of food. And then you also can't just put a bowl of water in there for them. They don't recognize a bowl of water. That doesn't register because in the wild, they drink raindrops that are dripping off of leaves. They will drink morning dew off of leaves. They need dripping water that catches flints of sunlight to cause them to drink. So they're our biggest pain in the butt animals to take care of, basically. So they're great lizards as pets. Bearded dragon's kind of where you should just go if you're going to lizard as a pet. Chameleons are really challenging. So a couple of quick chameleon questions before we move on to our last animal. Anybody want to know anything about chameleons? We will stick around at the end and be available for questions. Yeah. So the tongue gets kind of not all wadded up or curled up. It kind of gets accordion onto itself, like you were threading a sock over a paper towel roll, kind of in that fashion. And what's kind of interesting is the end of the chameleon's tongue has a small bone in it. That bone is the shape of a parking lot cone, kind of a cone shape, right? So if you can imagine this cone-shaped bone at the end of their tongue, and they have muscles that wrap around that can compress. And so if you were to take this cone-shaped thing and with a little lubrication compressed it really quickly, it shoots out. And so that's how they project the tongue out. This is a pretty difficult operation because, dust off your high school biology, people, muscles can only contract. They can't shoot out. There's no muscle that can do that. The only reason I can put my arm out is these muscles down here are contracting, causing that, or vice versa. That's the only motion a muscle can make. So developing that shooting tongue is, dancing. Developing that shooting tongue is a pretty bizarre thing to have happen. Okay, we are going to get ready for our next animal. Our next animal is a youngster. He's maybe pubescent, or I don't know. He's a young guy, and just like the youngsters in the room, going to have a really short attention span. We're likely to have Danny out here for maybe 4 minutes. If you sit as quietly as you have been sitting, honestly, we may stretch it to 5, but we'll see. Anyway, so he won't be out here for very long, but he will be spectacular. While he is out here, we cannot have any children running around in this front area. That's just too distracting for him. If you have to get up and leave, that's perfectly fine. Go into the second row and then exit out that way. Also, I was hearing some strange noises. Looks like you took care of them at that end. We have to kind of watch little weird noises. And also be aware that this is a pretty organic, earthy stage that currently has a resident chipmunk who may, was that yesterday? I can't. Last weekend, the chipmunk's out running around on stage while the leopard's on stage. He didn't catch notice of him, which is fine, and he's a great guy. But anyway, less distractions would be great for us. This is a spectacular animal. This animal comes from the Southeast Asian rainforest. We're going to take a look at what's called a clouded leopard. Now, this is a very unique cat for a lot of different reasons, and it gets its name because of the beautiful pattern on its body. They have spots of different sizes and shapes. No two patterns are alike, and they have really aberrant spots. Like a normal leopard, an African leopard's got pretty much all the same size spots. But you'll actually see in the lower part of his body, he's got solid black spots. On his neck, he actually has stripes like a tiger, and on the bulk of the side of his body, he's got spots that might be little, might be big. They come in all sorts of different shapes and sizes, just like clouds do. So that's where he gets his name, clouded leopard. It's taken him a couple of minutes to throw on the collar and walk him over here. Clouded leopards are unusual for a lot of reasons. They're the most arboreal of all the cats. They spend more time in the trees than any other cat does, and they have some special features. They have super flexible wrist joints and ankle joints relative to all other cats. This is one of the few cats that can descend a tree head first. Most cats cannot do that. So descending a tree head first is a pretty unique characteristic. And they can do that because they have exceptionally flexible wrists and ankle joints. Another thing those flexible wrists and ankle joints let them do, which is something, again, almost no other cat does, is run underneath a branch sloth style. So I know. He's also kind of a chatty guy. Come on, there you go. So again, take a look at the beautiful pattern on his body. You can see those stripes along his neck, his little solid polka dots along his belly, the big beautiful blotches all along his back. Truly spectacular. I think the most beautiful of all the cats. Also take a look at his tail. They have exceptionally long tails. They actually have the longest tail relative to their body size of any of the other cats. And it's kind of a meaty tail. It's kind of a thick, heavy tail. Well, have you ever seen a tightrope walker walk across a stretched rope carrying a pole? They carry that pole because they can shift that pole around to change their center of gravity. Well, Danny can flick that tail from one side to the other, move it into different positions, which changes his center of gravity and helps him to stay balanced. Another thing I want you to take a look at is he's kind of a short-ish-legged cat, right? He's got a pretty low center of gravity. He's got a very different body build than a cheetah. Cheetah's got stupid long legs. These guys have got pretty short legs. Well, again, he's an arboreal cat. He wants to stay a little bit lower and closer to the branch. That's another characteristic that they have. We're not going to see his claws out in all likelihood, but he's got big feet, and he's got retractable claws like all cats except for cheetahs. And in fact, he can fan, if he pulls down his front claws and fans them out, he can make, he can spread his claws out about this big. He can really, those front feet are particularly large. And the reason they keep their claws held in most of the time is they want them to stay sharp, and they don't want to make clicking noises as they're walking across branches and things. So not having the claws touch the ground keeps them silent. If you walk a dog on a sidewalk, you hear the click, click, click of the nails. Cats hold their claws off of the ground for a silent footstep, and also to keep their nails nice and sharp. The only two reasons they pull them out are to climb and to kill. And when he fans those front feet out all the way, he's got these giant catcher's mitts, these murder mittens that he can snare a bird as it's flying through the jungle canopy. Birds are actually kind of a snack for him, kind of a filler, bag of potato chips for him. He'll eat them, he can do it. Their primary food source, honestly, are big hoofed animals. We're talking pigs, we're talking antelopes of different type, we're talking different deer species. This animal could kill something as big as a white-tailed deer, the kind of deer we have around here if they lived in that area. Now, he's a pretty little guy for taking down such a big prey animal. I know he's thinking it's hot. Anyway, but the way they can kill such large prey is by having the largest canine teeth relative to their size of any animal in the order Carnivora. Their teeth are proportionally bigger than any animal that is a lion or a tiger or another cat or a bear species or a wolf species relative to their size. They jump down onto the back of a deer species or a pig species. They hook their murder mittens into that animal to hold on tight, and they take those huge teeth and they break the neck, or they cut a vessel in the neck of the animal, and that's how they're able to kill really large prey relative to their body size. As I say that, you should know there's never been a case of a clouded leopard going after a person, injuring a person, killing a person in the wild. They're pretty timid, pretty shy, and they want to stay away from us for lots of reasons, which we'll talk about later. Anyway, so a little bit of biology lesson on cats. Danny did a pretty good job. Thanks for sitting so quietly. You're a great audience. He's been working all month. This is his last program of the month. But let's talk about the cat family in general. There are two groups of cats on the planet. Most of you guys are familiar with what we call the small cats. That's your house cats, vertical pupils, and they purr. And then there's the big cats. They have round pupils and they roar. Those include the lions, the tigers, the jaguar, and the African leopards. When clouded leopards used to be considered small cats, for the longest time, most of my lifetime, they've been in the small cat family because they're pretty small. Danny's a full-size male at 50 pounds. Kaya is a full-size female at 31 pounds. So they're small cats, and that's the group they were in. But they've recently been thrown in the big cat group. Why? Because we just don't know what to do with them. Because they don't have vertical pupils and they don't have round pupils. They have oval pupils. They don't go into either of those shapes. They neither roar nor purr. So we categorized them by size for a while. Currently, they're in the big cat category, but I wouldn't be surprised if in a decade they get thrown back in the small cat category. They're kind of in this gray area in between. And in fact, scientists think that before the cats split into these two big groups, that cat that split into these two groups was not the clouded leopard, but it's probably very similar to a clouded leopard. Another weird thing about clouded leopards is their ginormous teeth and the fact they can articulate their jaws open further than any other cat. So can saber-toothed tigers. For a long time, they thought that the saber-toothed cats may be related to clouded leopards. I think they don't anymore because things keep changing. But anyway, they're really bizarre cats. Unfortunately, they have another feature that's unique about them. They're one of the rarest of all the cats on the planet. There are two in the state of Michigan. These two. There are 72 in the country in the last stud book entry. That's not very many. They're near genetically extinct in the breeding population in this country. That's how rare they are. And the biggest problem is habitat destruction. They live in a densely populated area of the world, and furthermore, they're chopping down a lot of the rainforest to produce palm oil plantations. Now, many of our frequent flyers know that we don't get too preachy here, but just for all you newbies that are here to us, we don't do this very often, but we're going to make a direct ask. Stop buying products with palm oil in it. It's not that hard to do, people. I know, it's a pain in the butt. I am old. I cannot read the labels on most of these things. This is what a lazy environmentalist you can be. Karen in the gift shop can give you a QR code that'll install a phone app on your phone that will read the barcode on any product and tell you in whatever size print you want it to tell you if there's palm oil in that product or not and whether it's sustainably harvested or not. So you can just scan a product and know whether you should buy it or not. It's as simple as that. But you do have to take it the next step. I made a sacrifice for these beautiful cats. You know what I did? This is a tough one. I switched from International Delights French Vanilla Coffee Creamer to Coffee Mate's version of French Vanilla Coffee Creamer. I would like a hand for my huge sacrifice. These little things often make a big difference. And so think about doing some of these little things because this cat's a beautiful cat and we don't want to see it go extinct. By the way, on that note, we are going to try to breed these animals in captivity. Fur coats. Yeah, you got to kill almost 20 of these to make one fur coat. Don't do that, please. We are going to try to breed these animals in captivity, but before you get all happy about that cute little picture, that's not the best thing to do. You have to remember captive breeding programs are the emergency backup plan. Best thing, keep them healthy in their environment. Keep their environment intact and don't do anything. That's cost effective and actually effective. The breeding them in captivity is definitely the backup plan, certainly. Anyway, we're going to show you a video that we can't play while Danny was out because he gets too distracted. This is just a quick video showing you how they can descend trees head first and how they often use their tail a lot in even climbing down trees and wrapping around branches. This is not prehensile, but it definitely helps in stabilizing. Here's another cute picture of a clouded leopard in the wild yawning. It's really cute Until you see those things. Yeah. And then we're going to end the program with a couple of quick video clips of baby Danny when he first arrived here from the Nashville Zoo. This is over in our classroom. He is literally about house cat size. And as you look at that video, if you are a cat owner, you'll think, yeah, my house cat does that same thing. That's because cats, by and large, are all the same thing. A cat is a cat is a cat. Cheetahs are kind of this weird running cat that's a little bit different from all the other cats, but most all the other cats are the same thing as your house cat. In fact, your house cats are not that domesticated. A little bit domesticated. They're kind of just feral things that live with us in an agreeable way. And you're going to watch these behaviors, and you're going to think, yeah, it's just like my house cat. The only thing that I notice about what Danny does a little bit differently than your house cat, and I just saw it there, is sometimes when he's grabbing something, he grabs it not only with his front feet, but his back feet. He's got those little flexible ankles. But basically, your house cats are doing that same thing. You'll see him twirling his tail around. That helps him to change direction. So, we often, though, call them different things. Like you guys look at that and say, yeah, that's a cat playing. We look at that and say, yeah, that's Danny practicing to kill. That's what your cats are doing. They are practicing. Your house cats are practicing to kill when you see them do that kind of thing. That's the appropriate language for what is actually going on. Now, there's another similarity between Danny, all cats, and your house cats. If you're a cat person, and cat people can really love their cats, and we have a cat and he's pretty great. Anyway, and sometimes you'll go to an expensive pet boutique and you'll buy this fancy cat toy. You'll spend like $25-30 on this fancy cat toy for your cat. And in fact, they will send that precious cat toy, overpriced cat toy, in a paper bag with the cute little handles for you to take home to your precious cat. And you go home and you take the toy out of the bag. You unwrap this toy. You're feeling like such a good human because you've bought him this really expensive toy, and you pull it out of the bag and unfurl it or unfold it or do whatever it does, and your cat jumps into the bag. You know that happens, right? Watch this. Sometimes it's not the toy. Sometimes it's just a bowl. For 3 weeks, it was just a bowl. Harper, her favorite toy in the world, is sometimes a paper towel roll, but mostly a cardboard box. Seriously, just a cardboard box. That's what they like. If you guys go out and buy a new washer and dryer and you have a really nice big cardboard box left over from it, it's nice and sturdy, bring it on your next visit. We'll throw it in with Harper. She loves boxes. So anyway, again, just like a house cat. So I'm going to do like 2 or 3 leopard questions, and then we're actually, if you don't mind, kind of at the end of the day and on weekends, we often roll right into a gator feeding. I'm going to do 2 or 3 questions, and if you want to stick around and watch Al eat and do some target training, we'll do that right after, and I'll explain more about that in a minute. But a couple of quick leopard questions. Anything you'd like to know about Danny or clouded leopards, or I've answered all your questions? Yeah. I couldn't hear. Oh, well, this is going to be hard to explain at this level, but when we throw a paper towel roll to Harper, and it is a struggle. I don't know if it's box or paper towel roll is the best thing. When we throw a paper towel roll to her, she grabs it, and then she immediately starts pulling it apart. You know what she's doing? She is not playing with a paper towel roll. In her head, she's just caught a pheasant. You got to pluck that pheasant before you can eat it. What her behavior is again, not practicing to kill, more like practicing to eat. Cats are feral, but sorry, I can't answer that question any better. Any other questions about clouded leopard? Okay, well, we're going to go out and do gator feeding. For those of you who want to join us, we're just going to head right out to the gator dock. We can fit all of you on there, and all of you will see this, but it would be helpful if you're a parent or a grandparent, if you put your kids in front and stood behind them, and so we can kind of all scrunch together in the middle of the gator dock. And this program will last for about 5-8 minutes or so. So thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. Hopefully we'll see you in the dock.